User joined your channel. User joined your channel.
Just got a text from Lily. She'll be here in a minute.
It's good. It'll give me time to find Steam.
Good morning.
Well, howdy, Sir Naps.
Snort some of this chocolate milk and I'll be okay.
User joined your channel.
Howdy.
The heck? Hello.
Alright, hello and welcome everyone. The last session ended just kind of with a pretty epic battle against a half-dragon. So this session is going to pick up with the resolution of that as they continue forth trying to find the dragon eggs to complete their current task. So let's get the players involved and then we're going to jump right into it. Alright, so we did manage to skim our way out of the pretty epic battle with a half-dragon, which Rowan pretty much took on the half-dragon one-on-one in a pretty impressive feat through some of the natural ability of the druid. managed to take care of the berserkers, who were a lot more menacing than you originally anticipated. Had quite a bit of strength under the half-dragon's training. You did manage to not actually kill the half-dragon. You did let him walk out on his own volition, having given up the fight. All the while, Fane was scouting towards the cave entrance to make sure that none of the guards from the outside were going to come in and trap you guys from behind. Since you have pretty much made it now to a point in this cave system where you've kind of covered all the side paths that you're aware of, and so the only way to kind of be pincered or ambushed would be from ahead or from the guards from the outside coming in. On her way back, she's kind of creeping along stealthily through the cave. She does encounter the half-dragon, who continues walking past her, at least seeming to find her unseen. And at the side of it, she hurries back, making it to the tunnel, coming into the room just about the same time that everyone manages to finish off the berserkers. And so with that, let me drum up that room description again for you guys, and then I'll leave it over to you on how we proceed from here.
Is Fane still sneaky coming in? Like, do you notice her?
Yeah, so I'm going to leave that up to her on as far as that goes. Let me see if she... Actually, hers isn't working. Oh, I see. One second.
I'm still bringing it up. Sorry.
Okay, that's why it's not highlighting up. Yeah, so now you're able to kind of take in the room in its entirety, and you can see that there is quite a bit of relief carving across all the walls in this particular room that not all was very visible at first. This is the area that it talked about in the that I've kind of drawn a little circle. That little bit of carving is the one that it pointed out being more in-depth, detailed carving that has even bits of it jutting out as far as almost three-dimensional looking dragon coming out of the wall. This is definitely a shrine of some sort.
I want to search the chest.
Okay. It's up there right underneath the dragon shrine. You gonna go up there and search it? I moved around right. What are you investigating specifically? Just TX. And haven't heard you, so I'm not sure if...
Oh, there we go. Wrong push to talk. I'm looking around the chest. I wouldn't say in yet, but around the chest.
Around the chest. Just trying to get a more of a depiction of what's going on with the like the carvings, or
The chest itself. Like I'm looking for anything that looks non-chest related that is either attached to the chest or
okay, yeah. So you can definitely see that it's sitting on like a slightly raised block. And that slightly raised block is only a couple of centimeters higher than all the rest of the floor stones.
Okay, I'm gonna call attention to that because that would set off my caution senses here. Okay, can I have it? Where's the five-headed dragon?
It's the bit that I drew in pencil on the map. It's that's where the chest is itself.
I can.
Maybe it didn't update.
Oh, over there.
Right there.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's just really thin. Okay. I'm gonna want to investigate that.
Yeah, the chest is essentially at the foot of that.
Oh, okay. Wrong
the,
corner.
Yeah. It say northwest, didn't it? Okay, yeah. Yeah, and so it doesn't take. It's pretty evident of what the five-headed dragon is. To almost everyone that sees it, it's quite recognizable. It's a pretty common boogeyman's tale. The five-headed dragon is Tiamat. Tiamat being the queen of dragons who's been banished to the Nine Hells a long time ago. Yeah, as Fane kind of comes into the room right about the same moment that all of this, that the battle had just ended. As you can see, pretty much the devastation that has befallen, the charred marks across the ground, streaking perpendicular to her over towards the actual wall. Singed bits all over Karth. You can see that Laurel is ragged. Part of his armor has been damaged.
Do I see anything out of place with the both the dragon and the five-headed dragon and I'd say I guess the little dragons too. I'd look at them too. I guess what I'd look for is like a projectile or what else would they do? Well, dragons breathe, so some sort of gas thing. Hiya. Damn it.
The 3D image in itself is heavily detailed, very fine craftsmanship, and in itself is almost intimidating. And in that essence, you're not seeing any. It itself looks dangerous. Whether or not that entails some sort of trap or other type of thing that you can't make out directly. There is a noticeable that's that tiny little raised bit that it's setting on, though, is very disconcerting.
Yes. I am definitely concerned.
What do I see to the east?
You can see the stairs kind of come down. They're pretty large stairs, very wide path at this area. They are well worn like many of the others, and it kind of lowers into another kind of cavern down below that's hard to see. You can just make out just from the torchlight, just off the edge, some of another cavern set below. It is so. Also, when you're kind of looking at the chest itself, the first thing to notice is that it is definitely locked.
Okay. I know what to do with that.
Yeah, Fane, even Morn, who has a very lithe step normally, very gracious stance and walk, seems to be kind of hobbled a little in his small movements.
I'm injured.
Yeah.
The game froze up on me. That's why I can't move anything.
I just saw something move. Oh,
I
well,
moved it, but it's not moving on my map.
oh, it's not moving on your map?
No.
Let me delete your icon and then replace you.
I'll just reload it. Happened to me last time.
Oh, okay. Just has to resync.
I want to investigate what TX is looking at.
Yeah, you definitely see this large, very intimidating 3D relief carving into the stone of this five-headed dragon. It's a very intimidating sight. You see the chest below. See if that does it say anything about the chest in the? Yeah, it's actually quite well decorated chest. On its own, it seems to be of value. Just just as a decorative piece itself. You two are able to also notice the thin little raised piece of stone that it is sitting on.
Does it just look ornate, or does it look like something could be a trap?
What?
I've got it in my head that or TX has got it in his head that could be some sort of trap. But I'm not sure how to, A, what the trap is, or B, how to disarm/negate it. However, it's pressure, so either if it'll trigger either when the weight is sufficiently reduced or increased. I'm not sure of either.
Think you're like an Indiana Jones kind of thing.
Yeah. I'm gonna tell people to back away.
Yeah, I moved out of the way.
Well, last time we were about that far away and rocks fell on your face.
On my face.
Where do you want us to go?
Um,
Like back up the stairs?
up the stairs works or down the stairs. I don't know what's that way. What's to the east?
Yeah, that's not. You still haven't been down to investigate it. You can definitely see there's a very wide, large pathway down to another flat, opened up cavern bit below. But that's all you can see really from the top and the back, without actually descending the stairs itself. So what are we thinking?
If they're telling us to back up, I might go up the stairs a little bit, back the way we came.
More suggest tying a rope to the chest and pulling it off.
I don't want to trigger the trap.
I mean, there are all types of traps, right? I mean, triggering the trap could cause it to explode, and you could lose whatever contents in the box itself. It could.
Is there a way to investigate it closer to find out if it is?
Yeah, you could try to specifically investigate more for traps. TX had tried, but he couldn't discern anything from that type of investigation. But you very well could.
I'd like to try.
Okay.
Actually, if you guys are having trouble, I could use guidance on you. I'll do that. And then I'll head back up the stairs.
Okay.
So do I need to roll like insight?
No. It would be another type of. It would be another investigation. It'd just be one specifically for trying to investigate the trap nature of the box.
Okay.
Has everyone moved to the location they deem appropriate? Quite well. As you start, doing a real investigation of the box without moving it, you can kind of see that there is a slight slot around this little slightly raised platform, indicating some kind of pressure switch, where you can kind of just barely see a slight movement, where it's rocking, micrometers back and forth, just a little bit on this pressure plate itself.
So like it's balanced.
Yes.
Okay.
And as you're kind of looking around, you're actually trying to look into the mechanisms, looking around the hinges, along all the sealed edges as well. Yeah, it's almost obviously locked from the outside. But also, as you're looking in the mechanisms, you can see that there are, in fact, some mechanisms inside that are not part of a lock, but instead part of something else, which would indicate perhaps a second trap. With that, you feel that with the proper dexterity, you could manage to move the locking mechanisms, but not the whatever the other mechanisms are that are likely for a second trap. It's possible. Alright, so what are we doing? Oh, wait. I missed some. So Fane's moving over towards the next set of stairs. Seems as though TX wants to give his farewells to the chest.
gonna druid craft a skunk smell right in front of TX.
A dire skunk?
Oh
The
god,
direst.
that'd be a dire situation.
Dire skunk. Right there with our dire penguins.
Which is extra smelly.
Alright, I'm gonna prestidigitate away that smell. I'm gonna smell like lilacs. And maybe a chrysanthemum.
It's the battle of the cantrips.
That's all we got.
I just pictured a shirtless TX in a Calvin Klein commercial. People try to skunk me, but I smell like lilacs.
You should let TX wear his helmet so his head survives.
Alright.
Are you doing it?
I'm gonna do it. Alright, what roll do I need to do? Sleight of hand?
It's just a straight up dexterity check, unless you're you're proficient with thieves' tools, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Then it would be a thieves' tools version of dexterity. And
For a second, I thought you were going to critically fail.
Start wiggling the thieves' tools in. You actually starting to move one little lock and tumbler at a time as you're moving this gear. It's tiny little micro movements as you're just spinning the gears and trying to move everything in place. When you get about 3/4 of the revolution down, your finger slips just this tiniest bit and touches the gear behind it. That is the mechanism that was something else. Upon touching it, it spins violently. Just a mere moment later, all 5 of the heads of the Tiamat dragon begin to spew forth acid that billows throughout a big cloud that fills up the entire room.
Crap!
Some kind of, as though it's like jettisoned out as it was pressurized behind. It fills the room quite quickly. Let's see.
This is fine.
Fane, Karth, TX, and Morn roll a dexterity check to avoid getting the acid on your skin initially.
I took a shower.
I'm pretty sure I did.
Wonder if my next character will be.
I'm the only one that rolled a 1. Naturally.
As TX, you're the only one that really knew immediately that wheel was spinning and something was happening, and you could hear the rumbling sound just right next to you as some kind of mechanism was being moving in the relief carving in front of you, and you hit the deck as acid spews in a pluming cloud over the top of you and then fills the room as it billows around pillars and into the columns. since it's mostly coming out in these kinds of directions, not quite as much to the north as to the south. But Morn sees it coming at him and dives forward to kind of duck in, and instead just pushes his face right through the edge of the cloud, clipping it as he falls flat, stumbling onto the ground.
The goggles do nothing.
Karth tries to kind of lunge back up out of the way, but doing so, he's right up against the wall. He just lunges back against the wall, bam, kind of impacting the wall just a little bit as the cloud just rushes over. Most of his body just manages to get his arm up in front of his face just in time for it to lick all of across his arm and shoulder and a little bit across his forehead and side of his face. Let's see. So that would be 8 points of acid damage to those that took the full brunt. Just barely scathing underneath, you only take 4 TX. Now the gas begins, as it billowed out, begins to fill the room. So more of the acid itself, as it was pressurized, had a little bits of liquid mixed in with gas, and as it's starting to spread, the liquid is now vaporizing into gas, and the gas is filling up, filling up, filling up. What is your first reactions? All the 4 of you that are still in the main part of the room. When you see, like, not only, so you jumped out of the way to get the more of the kind of like liquid gas combo of the acid. You jumped out of the way to not get splashed by that specifically. But now as it's filling the room, what is your first reaction?
I'm gonna throw my head into my backpack and try and hand my way out of the room, like go for the wall and then sort of, with my hand against the rocks, go north.
Okay. Everybody else?
You said we took 8 poison damage?
Yeah, make sure you apply that. I did not.
I'm unconscious.
I don't know how to apply that.
To your current wounds, I think you can edit it from the combat tracker, if not from your character sheet for sure. Increasing your wounds by 8. Yeah, that. Oh shoot! Yeah, you only had exactly 8 hit points left.
Yep. I thought I was behind the stalagmite or stalactite. I thought it was covered there from the spray.
Yeah, since it's that gas and liquid kind of mix, it's not just like a stream of like water spraying at you so much as it is like a billowing aspect. So there's no cover inside of this room.
So my reaction is to take a nap.
Take a nap. Okay. Wait a second, I think you went the wrong way.
Oh, I did. I'm trying to fix it.
Yeah, it's alright.
Well, oh yeah.
I throw my cloak over my nose and mouth and kind of hunch over and run towards the wider stairs.
I walk by him, so when I pass out, it's like one trip to get our corpses instead of walking to 2 places.
Okay. Okay, so do you actually put your head in your backpack and Fane, you kind of try to wrap the cloak around your face, just try to make like its own kind of semblance of a mask? Morn.
Yeah, and hunch over and try to get underneath it.
Morn, I'm going to need you to make a death saving throw. Do so by opening up your character sheet, and then because you're going to be taking damage from the gas itself.
Oh shit! I double rolled.
Yeah, because you're out. You took damage. Let's see.
No, it was a critical success. It was a success roll. I just double clicked it like I usually have to do. I have to click it once.
2 failures. A critical failure. Okay.
Wait, what? No, I
You
was
rolled
success.
1 success and 1 failure.
Well,
You actually rolled
me
a
to roll
critical
once.
failure.
Yeah, but you told me to roll once. right?
So you took. Actually, I don't know if I should even. That's the way to do it. I think since you took damage while down, I think you just automatically get a failure rather than a roll, and then you still roll on your turn. So let's just back up here. Let me fix you.
I already fixed it.
Fixed it? Okay, so I'm going to put in the auto failure for taking damage while down. And we'll put in your success, and then I'm not going to count your critical failure.
Yeah.
Okay. For Fane and for TX, who are attempting to cover their mouths in a way to make some kind of reduction, I'm going to need you to roll Constitution saving throws with advantage. Karth, I need you to roll a Constitution saving throw without advantage, just regular.
Is that on the right side, the saving throws?
Yeah, just make sure you click advantage down in the bottom left before you click on the saving throw.
Capiche.
TX and Fane, you manage to cover your mouth enough and kind of cough and push enough forward air out as you take off running in your respective directions to make it out of the direct line of all of the gas it's billowing. Karth, however, takes a large inhale as the acid starts burning in your lungs. As you take 7 points of
I'm
more of
unconscious.
acid damage, placing you unconscious. Initiative's still up from before, so we'll just kind of go in turn order now on what we're going to do for the immediate. I think, yeah, turn Rowan on how everyone reacts.
I smacked TX upside the head.
You have to roll an attack roll for that.
Yep. Go ahead.
It's an unarmed one. I'm not sure what to roll for that.
You could use the same as. Do you have a melee weapon at all?
Yes.
Just use your regular melee rolls attack, and then it's 1 damage if it hits. Because you don't have improved unarmed strike or whatever. Or 2 damage. I will apply directly. Yeah, you not only are you kind of recovering from just making it out of the gas barely, and then manage to not get in your lungs. Your head's ducked down, and you've got your face in your backpack. As your head's in your backpack, you make it to the stairs, and just as you do, you just feel this thud, bam, right in the side of your head as Rowan just mega slaps you right across, maybe hitting if you have, some other junk that you have in your backpack, and knocking it up against the side of your head, nearly knocking you off the ground into the wall beside you.
Sure, let's all punch the blind guy. That's
Yeah,
good.
you should. Yeah. I probably should have given her advantage on it too, but wasn't necessary. Wasn't necessary.
He couldn't see, so he couldn't dodge it anyway.
Okay.
All right, and then
So you just
okay.
with the gas spreading out like it did, your vision is obscured, and at the very moment, you can't see Fane on the other side of the room due to all the gas, or even the other two. But as you wait, a couple of heartbeats, you see TX stumble in, but the others don't follow.
Okay, so I have 30 feet of movement.
Mm-hmm.
as a human, because I have to remember that because I haven't attacked as a human. I'm gonna wrap my scarf over my face, and then I guess I'll head in to see if I can see anything.
Okay.
If I can see anybody, or actually, you know what? I'll call out first and see if anybody answers.
Yeah, you can see that the gas cloud isn't stopping sound by any means. So yeah, you can call out. Morning Garth aren't going to hear her, but Fane, you can hear her call out.
So do I react now, or do I just wait till my turn?
You can react conversationally. Yeah, you wouldn't be able to take any actions at this moment, but yeah, you can talk on other people's turns. That's fine. Another couple of heartbeats go by, and you hear, Fane calling across, but you don't see or hear any response from the other two guys.
Okay, then I'm gonna wrap my scarf around my head and wade into the cloud, I guess.
Okay. As you step in, take a Constitution saving throw with advantage. Hey, you do know that they were both postured over in that corner, so it would. So thus far, you're able to keep the effects of the billowing cloud at bay.
Can I see them at all when I get here?
If you're kind of hunched down a little too as well, or are you still upright?
Well, that depends on how the acid is going. Is it like settling down? Is it still spraying out, or?
Yeah, at this point, it's still billowing out and upward mostly, and then it has not quite so much settled down. There's still some. It's not as thick. The most of the cloud is up across the top. Still, it will settle.
If it's
For sure, but not yet.
if the acid is up, I'm gonna be trying to stay down then.
Okay. Yeah. Then as you get to about right there, you can as you're hunched down, as you're kind of moving along, you can just see the edge of Karth's outline laying on the ground, immobile.
I can just get to him basically, and then I think I'm out of movement. So.
Yeah, and then you can see him kind of passed out right next to, right in front of Morn now. When you move right closer to Karth, you can see Morn also passed out off to the side. Are you going to relay that information, or?
Yeah, I'm gonna shout back. We've got 2 down. Don't come in if you're not well. And then that's all I can do, I think.
Okay. You see Karth breathing slowly. You see him kind of choking a little on the gas. Laurel, it's your turn. And so you can also, Rowan, just barely see Morn, whose breathing is kind of rapid at the moment. Breathe in another bit of gasping air of this cloud, and as he does, this last gasp just changes the structure of his body. You can feel that. You can just see visibly how he was breathing rapidly and gasping, and then on the last one, when he kind of chokes a little, and then coughs just a bit, and then his breathing slows to a faint, almost unnoticeable.
Okay, I know the guys are over in the corner, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I would like to take the bell I have in my backpack and tie it to the end of my rope and toss it towards the corner of the room.
Okay, yeah, you can do that. So just like just tying the rope around the bell, and you're gonna toss the bell towards them. Sure, yeah, that's
Right,
pretty...
so it has sound and it has a little weight to it.
Okay. About how far up are you trying to throw it? Trying to get all the way back to the corner, or just out in the middle, in the middle area?
I'm trying to throw it so it hits that back corner wall, so
Okay.
I know that it gets close to them.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. That's not a terribly difficult feat to do. It's going to take a little bit of time to pull the bill out and tie the rope on, and then so that'll kind of use your movement to do all of that, and then you're going to throw it. Uses your action. Yeah, and sure enough, you toss the bill, and you can hear it clank against the back wall. You can definitely tell it hit the wall as it hit the wall, and then kind of hear it fall and then hit the ground. Right there. And then that's all still audio clues as to about how far it went.
Alright, so that's my turn, correct?
You still have a bonus action if if you would like to use it for something. Which, being the rogue, you have a lot of options for bonus action. But
Yeah, okay.
you get, you can use the bonus action to dash, which allows you to move up to your movement speed, or to go stealth, to hide up against the wall, or...
Okay. I'm going to take my head out of my backpack now.
Uh-huh.
Kind of cautiously, kind of seeing how the air is in this section of the place.
Yeah,
Of the cave.
it seems to be billowing mostly in the room. It hasn't actually... That last line is a pretty visible curtain of the smoky cloud that's difficult to see beyond, but it's mostly staying there. Once it hit the walls and puffed out, that's about the extent of its puffing out.
Okay, I'm gonna take out my bedroll.
Okay.
And I want to start wafting air, sort of in a... I just want to waft it away from me and create a big giant wind as best as I can. Like just waving my bedroll up and down.
Oh, okay. trying to fan the gas away from you, back more out into the room.
Mm-hmm.
It's a pretty thick
And-
cloud, but you're especially with the bedroll, you pull it out and you start moving it around, and that has that produces quite a bit of air gust there, and that's going to visibly move the wall, that curtain of gas, several feet back.
All right. As I do that, I want to try and like inch my way easterly along this north side of the cave. Keep on fanning.
That's probably about as much as you can move it in a
Yeah.
single
Yep.
turn. Yep.
Alright, what's the acid doing, first of all?
Now that a few more seconds have gone, the billowing has kind of stopped. It has stopped billowing out. Has kind of now hit all the walls all around, and some of it is dissipating down the stairways. Fine, you can see it. Some of it is traveling down the stair a bit. It was mostly up top, and now it's starting to settle down. It's still more. It's still kind of thick at the top, but it's almost like rainy. It almost looks like rain from afar, coming down out of the acid cloud. Except for it's all just gas, just as it starts to settle down towards the bottom. But it's still thick-ish at the top, just a lot less so than it was before.
Okay, I know Morn's in bad shape. What's Karth looking like?
His breathing is still rapid, and it's distressed, but it's not overly so.
Alright, I'm gonna look for that bell.
Yeah, you definitely heard it clink on the wall up there. Beside you can actually kind of maybe see just a glimmer of that object passing through the smoke in front of up in front of you. And then you hear it hit the wall and land.
And tying that around somebody would be an action, right?
Yeah.
I have not enough actions. Can I, I'm gonna try and stabilize more.
Okay.
Maybe that'll give him a couple extra saves. I do have those herbs. I don't know if I can do anything with those.
Yeah, you'd picked some up. Yeah, I don't. Do you have a healer's kit?
No, I have a herbalism kit.
Okay, yeah. You could try to fashion something, but it would be your action to use the herbalism kit to do that. But that wouldn't be in this time span. You wouldn't be able to do both. You'd either have to make something and then apply it, or you would have to just try to do some rudimentary applying it.
Can I stabilize him and then take the scarf off my face and put it over his to try and help keep the acid out of his lungs?
You sure can.
That's the thing I can
Assuming
do?
you can
Okay.
stabilize it. But I mean, all of those things lining up. But yeah, you could totally do that. It's an attempt to give him some kind of resilience against the acid itself.
Okay, I'll try and stabilize him first. That's a medicine check.
Yep.
Quick, pee on the scarf.
As gross as that sounds, that's probably actually effective.
That's what they did in World War One.
Yeah, with that, you're you kind of position yourself over near more, just a little bit here, and then you can see that he's inhaled all of this extra air, and so you're essentially giving a version of CPR with mouth to mouth and breathing good air back into him, it causing him to expel out a lot of that bad acidic fog. And with that, you can hear him cough again, and then that very shallow breath kind of fades back to normalcy.
Okay, and then I'll take the scarf off my face and put it over his to try and keep the acid out.
Okay.
I'm guessing I'll have to make another Constitution
Yep.
save.
When you get ready to end, when your turn is over, I'm gonna make you do it at the end of your turn.
Okay, well I think that's everything I can do, so I can roll that now.
Okay. Without the advantage. Okay, yep. You managed to hold off the effects of the actual gas coming in. You managed to you've held your breath. You've got low enough. You've got right in that little right position. Breathing in a little, and you can feel it tingling. But at this point, it isn't actually harming you in the short term. It's probably not good for your long-term health, but in the short term, it's not hurting you. And just as as you kind of just get Morn back to a reasonable state, you hear Karth start gasping and coughing, and then as soon as he does, you get a little long wheeze, and then his breath is very ragged and low and faint, very dangerously so. Laurel, that would be.
Laurel's
your turn.
gonna pick up the other end of TX's bedroll and help him fan some more.
Okay, so you're gonna what particular direction are you fanning towards? Over towards the corner, or more? At this point, that's going to matter a little bit as far as what direction it's going.
Well, it's going to be in whatever direction he was initially pointed at, I'm sure, unless
Yeah, so you're not like trying to take it from him and like
nah.
or just like try to take over or anything. You're just more assisting than anything.
Do you need assistance?
It was originally coming out of the tunnel directly, so we'll say something like this. Which is now just starting to reveal quite visibly now just the edges down on the ground of Rowan and Karth laying on the ground, and Rowan over there and assisting the two. All these extra ones. is stable but unconscious. I need you to roll a Constitution saving throw with advantage. Ooh, just barely. You're coughing and wheezing. You're taking in air, but you have enough good air in your lungs now that it hasn't really physically burning your insides yet. It's only just a little's making its way through the actual mask that's been placed on you. You're not taking any damage this turn.
All right, I want to give a little tug on my rope, and I guess I feel it's heavy now. So I want to sit down and brace my feet against that step
it's
and
not
pull
heavy.
whatever's on the end.
Yeah, it's not. She didn't actually wind up tying it to anything.
Oh, so it's not heavy.
It's not. Yeah, it's not heavy yet.
All right, so I just pull it and jingle the bell a little bit then.
Yeah, just a little bit. And you can see that it's not latched onto anything just yet. And as the bell jingles, you hear Rowan call out, "Wait!" from the other side.
Okay, so I didn't pull it very hard. I just pulled to see if it had anything on it.
Mhm.
And then I'll probably go into stealth mode for now, because I know I'm someplace where we haven't been yet.
Correct. Go ahead and roll a stealth check so we can keep up with it.
Sure.
Okay. Yep. So you kind of you hear it jingle a bit. You hear her yell, "Wait!" and you kind of start looking around and know that you're now out of immediate danger, and there's at least some kind of something going on the other side of the cloud, where some kind of effect is going on. And so you take the opportunity to slink back against the wall and kind of duck down, just to try to get yourself out of sight should someone or something come around the corner or up this way.
Yep.
Okay. At this point, you also start. Yeah, it'll be Tiax's turn. At this point, you also start to see that the cloud on your side is actually starting to settle, and a lot of it is dissipating towards further down. As it's moving off into this other chamber a little, you can see in your side of things it's starting to thin out quite a bit on this side of the cloud anyway.
Yeah, this is kind of weird because me and Laurel kind of have to move in tandem now.
Yeah, he didn't use his movement, so if he's willing to move with you, we'll just make that as part of it. We can make that
Yep.
blue.
That's what I was going for.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so it's essentially like reserving his movement to move side by side with you. That's fine. It's turn-based is a little weird for that, but obviously that's what's happening. So.
Alright, so how far could we go with the old waving and...
Which direction? So you're kind of leading since you were the one that had the big part of the midroll. So are you traveling more east along the wall, or are you moving out?
Yes.
Now that you can kind of see just the edge of them, you're moving towards them. Okay.
Yep.
See that kind of shifts the smoke around a little bit. South side, it starts getting a little bit closer to you, but it does manage to push the thickness of the cloud up and away from them.
Alright, mission accomplished.
Okay, I'm gonna try and do the same thing for Karth, other than the scarf, because I don't have another one.
Okay.
Great news, there's no more acid.
At least not immediately over the top of you. Yeah. With similar results, having just seen you kind of stumble your way a little bit through Morn's, trying to figure out how to stabilize him, and kind of seeing what works. You apply that towards Karth as you manage to expel the gas out of his lungs. and he coughs just a couple of times, and that breath kind of returns back to a normal state. Both were at 2 failed saves when you saved them. So, but yeah, so that seems like, at least for the time being, they're out of immediate danger.
Okay, I'm gonna move to this side and kind of hook my arms underneath Karth's and pull him back towards the stairs.
Okay, sure.
Can I get around or under those guys?
I'm small, so you can get by me.
Yeah, you can drag him around, essentially, like all around the north side, because yeah, TX is a lot smaller than his portrait ever makes him
Right. Okay.
look.
Yeah, thanks.
I think that's as far as I can go with the movement.
Yeah, because it does cut it in half.
Yeah.
Alright. Karth is now stable, so his life's not in immediate danger, but he's still unconscious from the damage that he's taken. Which makes it Laurel's turn. Just gonna kind of stay as it is.
Yep, more fanning.
Are y'all... Where are we fanning toward? Are we still going along direct east? Is that how that was going?
We're trying to direct it, I'd say, more like a east-southeast.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, because you did notice quite a bit when you managed to move the line the last time, how it did edge, the west of you started coming up towards you a little bit as it's billowing around from the kind of similar vortex and pressure that you're causing in the room here. Except for that doesn't make any sense. Starting to get a little of this going on now. As it kind of pushes up against the wall, you can see a lot of it coming down, but some of it is coming up and around, getting dangerously close to Morn. Who is now also out of danger, so... At this point, Fane, you're kind of smashed up against the wall as tightly as you can. You can kind of see that, especially as they're fanning it in this direction, it is getting close to you. Like the actual thick part of the cloud that appears to be dangerous, but since it's dissipating quite a bit throughout the other cavern, it does seem to be encroaching on you quite a bit here, but you can see it dissipate quite a bit as though some of the volume that's being pushed in your direction is spreading out to a more safe level.
So I crouch down and try and ring my bell again to see if anything's connected, because I assume I can't see them.
That's correct. Yeah, and so you just pull on the rope a little bit, and then you can just hear it kind of scrape along the ground and jingle just a little bit as you're pulling backwards.
So I'm just gonna crouch down and be stealth still.
Okay.
Do I need to roll again for that?
No, you haven't. Since you haven't changed your state, if you want to try to reposition. If you want to try to get a better roll out of it, you can, but you could continue with what you currently have because you haven't moved or done anything on your side. The sound and stuff you're making is far away from you, so it really hasn't changed your state.
Okay. So I'll just keep that for now.
Okay.
Yeah. I think I'd keep on waving. I'm sort of satisfied with the whole no one's coughing at the moment. So if I see the gas kind of creeping up that northeast corner there, I'd kind of want to waft in a northeast direction to try kind of circle it around. But yeah, so I'd be shifting from southeast to northeast.
Okay, trying to push that
And back
last
and
little
forth.
bit of cloud maybe against the wall, but try as you're fanning it, make sure you're trying to continually fan it so that it doesn't come over more, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to try to do it from your current location?
I think I like this location, yeah.
Okay, so you managed to, push it a little bit further. Kind of transition from northeast to southeast a little bit, trying to move it around him. In this kind of way. You can also see just visibly how the denseness of the cloud itself has started to dissipate some. If you were to put like a unit on it, it had start like if its thickest has a density of 1, now it's at a density of like 40%, something like that.
Is that something I can see through with my super duper Superman eyes?
Actually, I'm not sure. What's that feature called again? Just so that I can.
Devil's Sight. You can see normally in darkness, both magical and non-magical, to a distance of 120 feet.
No, that would not be, because this is still obstruction.
Okay.
If it was a magical dark, just like darkness, like the darkness spell, perhaps, but it's still like you still can't see through like dense snow blind.
It is a physical barrier.
Yeah.
Yep, gotcha.
Okay, I've moved Karth as far up the stairs as I can get. I'm going to use my action to dash back towards Moore.
Okay. Okay. Yep. I think you can just make it to the edge of him.
There?
Mm-hmm. I'll go ahead and pull, at this point, I think we can pull ourselves out of initiative and talk about how we would, as you can see, that is visibly reducing in density over time, just in a matter of these, 20 seconds or so. 30 seconds, how it's actually started to settle and move out, and how you can see visibly, like, as it's receding away and down, as it's moving throughout the tunnel and dissipating in one way or another. I think the danger of that is kind of removed. So another about a minute transpires, and the cloud is dissipated to a level that is no longer dangerous to traverse.
So is it fully dissipated now?
Yeah. We just kind of sped up time a little bit here as we were out of danger.
Alright, I'm gonna give Karth a potion.
Yep, since he's in stable condition, you managed to get a majority of it, force it down, and he can immediately feel the warmth wash through his body as consciousness returns to him. Where are we on our potion count?
I don't want to shovel the sidewalk.
I'm now out.
I has one.
Morn has one. Or at least the people know about it anyway.
I'm gonna ask Fane again if she has any, because she didn't answer me last time.
Alright, I'm gonna prestidigitate my bed real clean.
Okay. Yeah, you can see as you do, this like small bits of particles kind of fall to it and poof, like little small bits as they dissipate almost immediately as they come out of the cloth.
Alright, I'm gonna investigate the chest again.
You can see that the liquid part of the acid has etched away some of the wood, but the nice silver inlay and the mother of pearl pieces are still there. As far as the chest goes, like other than for the scrap components of the small amount of silver lining and mother of pearl, have lost most of all their value in it being a chest itself.
But it's not open or anything.
It is not open, although it is no longer the latch on the lock did come loose after after like all the mechanisms started whirring and stuff. So it is no longer locked.
I'm trying to listen for any more rumblings.
And that potion, was that roll for the potion from Orn? I kind of missed it there.
Yes.
Okay, that's so. Yeah, who is also stable, so you're able to get most of that potion in to go down. Although he does seem to fight you a little along the way, as as the first few drops make it down his throat, and the life starts to come back to him. It kind of jars around a little bit. So not all of it's maybe gotten in there as you're as you force him to take it, but his consciousness does return after just a brief moment. Karth and Morn, now that you have kind of come back from the abyss, what are you first? What are your first inclinations as you're waking up here?
I'm just sitting down for the moment.
Just literally taking a breather.
Yes. And I laugh at Morn.
I want to check the mechanisms that I spotted earlier to see if they're still functioning.
Yeah, the one inside the inside the chest, inside the actual locking mechanism itself, as you're looking in, you're kind of investigating, and you see that it has spun, but you can't tell. Go ahead and roll another investigation roll for to check the traps itself. Yeah, you can tell that it just spun all the way into like it's locking to its activation position, and that's it can't spin any further.
Was I able to see where the spray came from?
It came out of the dragon's heads.
Okay, can I start shoving in some pitons into those dragons' heads? I would take my little ball peen hammer and start hammering in some of those pitons into those dragon heads.
Okay.
I'm gonna pick my torch back up.
Yeah. Yeah, you're able to hammer in some pitons into the dragon's heads. As you do, they're so delicately carved, and you're being rather rough to say the least. A lot of them are kind of breaking away as you go to put in the dragon heads itself. It is just more of a relief carving with this three-dimensional, like the heads themselves are more sticking out. And so as you do, they're kind of breaking and crumbling themselves.
Oh no, the poor cultist artwork. I don't care. Is there like a tube or depression that I can see to maybe shove these things into instead?
Yeah, as you kind of break away the first part of the mouth, you can definitely see that there is some kind of small metal tube where the pressurized gas was held.
Okay. Then yeah, that's where I'm hammering.
Since he started hammering, I'm just gonna move away from him.
Okay.
Yeah, me too.
A little bits are crumbling down and hitting the ground.
Oh, so now you're moving out of the room. No, stick around. Stick around. It's no problem. Stick around.
Or you could have just not messed with it like we told you to leave it alone.
I didn't.
Yeah, and look what happened to you.
I'm good.
I didn't. I didn't.
Got the voice of a 70-year-old stripper that smokes since she was 15.
Yep.
Think about the old lady at the from Futurama that
Yes.
at the road bus stop kind of thing, or whatever it was out in space.
Luis and Thelma.
I'm gonna look down into the next room, and I have a dark vision of 60. See if I can see anything else down here.
Yeah, so as you're kind of investigating a little bit further down, you can see that just on the other side, just as below the actual cavern itself, is a bit of a ridge that follows along the edge, and just like in the room with the guard drakes, there are bars that go up from the edge, from the very edge of the ledge, all the way up to the ceiling. You can just barely catch the edge of a wooden structure out towards the east of, but it's really, even still with your current angle, hard to catch more than just that you can see a little bit of wood down there.
Alright, Dread, I'm gonna start looking into this chest.
Gonna open it?
So
I'm gonna grab him by the scruff of the neck. If he moves to open that box, I'm gonna try and grapple.
You're all about touching your teammates.
I'm gonna get away from that grapple, most likely.
God damn it.
Most likely. Yeah, I don't think that her grapple
Yeah, I don't think
skill
I can beat that.
can actually physically make it to 25. I think.
Should have to roll a 20, I think.
Yep. So you can try. I mean, obviously you're trying. So go ahead and roll, just to see if you get a 20. Yeah. For athletics. Yep. Yep. So just as, as he's reaching towards the box, you reach down and try to grab the scruff of his neck, and he just barely catches sight of you. So he just kind of ducks underneath, hunches down in almost like a little catcher's position in a little bitty body here as he kind of skitters forward in this weird little forward crab walk, grabs onto the chest. Are you opening it?
I've got my hands on the chest. I'm giving them 2 seconds to move. Are they gonna take it?
Um, gonna. So, like, if I move to grapple, that would be an attack action, right?
It's not an attack. Well, it's an attack action, but doesn't require an attack roll.
Okay, so that's what I'm gonna do.
Alright, so as you kind of duck out of the way away from Rowan, Laurel's going to kind of come in and try to grab you as well. So this will be an opposed his acrobatics versus your athletics to try to grapple him.
Oh.
With your hands on the box, Laurel reaches down with both hands over your shoulders and grabs you firmly on either side of either shoulder, like really on the upper part of the arm part, from either side, and just kind of holds you in a clamp where you're effectively grappled. But you do have a hold of the box.
Yeah, I'm not.
What's in the box?
One's gonna open the box.
I just want to say that this is not at all how I ever imagined today going. This is exciting.
TPK
One's
from a
gonna open
treasure
the
chest.
box. One's gonna open it. Can't stop me now. Woohoo! Distracted.
We're literally inter-party strife here.
Okay. When I open it, I'm gonna be.
Can I like take a
dexterous.
dodge action?
Yeah, you have a reaction if something bad goes happen. Maybe.
Yeah, he gave you a couple of seconds. We'll say that you could have taken the dodge action should
I'm
he
just
hesitate.
glad that we're all in a safe place now. If another trap goes off and more acid
Yeah, no
comes
kidding.
out,
Jeez.
because not only is it going to be the initial acid, it's also going to be the explosion of whatever crap he's hammered in there.
Projectiles and all kinds of good. All right, Morin, you reach down to open it. Roll a dexterity check. Just plain old dexterity. Okay. As you reach down and open up the box, it just comes open. You still somewhat carefully try to lift it up, and open the lid. Are you making
What?
any particular precautions while opening the lid?
I'm not gonna let go of the lid.
Not gonna let
I'm
go of
gonna
it.
hold on to it. Like I'm opening it with one hand and holding it open, so TX can look in it too. I'm gonna pat TX on the shoulder. With my other hand.
Inside, you see actually quite a few very valuable things. There is a string of pearls, a gold and sapphire ring, and 6 polished precious stones. Seems to be the creme de la creme of what the cultists have managed to scavenge from their raids throughout the area.
Calling dibs.
Yeah, the ring and pearls likely belong to a particular person from the area, although it's unsure as to who.
Oh, okay, didn't see that part.
I have moved those things over to the party sheet inventory. Assuming you're pulling those things out.
Yeah, so I'm still cautious about the pressure plate, so I kind of want to use my ball bearings that I have
Rocks.
as kind of like, you know, as I take
Counterweight.
something out.
You're
Yeah,
Indiana
take something out.
Indiana Jonesing this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Go ahead and roll this one. This one will be sleight of hand.
I'm walking away.
Holy crap, she can listen.
Unlike some people.
We listened, we just chose not to hear you.
No, okay.
Yeah. So you reach in with the ball bearings, and you make a swap for.
Let's go for the pearl necklace.
Okay. Mention
I'll
make a
give you a
switch.
pearl necklace.
Nothing happens.
Okay.
And you I mean, you do grab the pearls, and then you drop the ball bearing, and pull them out seemingly simultaneously, making that transition quite smoothly.
Okay, yoink. Alright, let's go for the gold and sapphire ring.
Okay. Let's roll another sleight of hand.
Alright, let's do that again.
Oh yeah, luck.
Dude.
Luck. I was about to say,
That should be better.
that halfling luck. Jesus.
Alright.
Alright. With a very smooth transition, you drop a roll a ball bearing in just as you pull out the ring. Nothing happens.
With the polished precious stones. Is there like an appraisal I can do on these things?
Yeah.
How precious are they?
Go ahead and roll intelligence. It'd be hard to narrow it down, but they look to be of fine quality. More than 50 gold for sure. But that's about all you can narrow down. Just look at them without being able to pick them up and inspect them a little bit.
Okay then. Let's take those two.
Alright, you managed to swipe, I think you can swipe 3 of them at one time.
Okay, let's do it again then.
Okay. One last sleight of hand roll.
And survey says?
Yep.
Winner!
And you grab those as well. Yep, as you kind of take a little step back, inspecting the box. So you pocketed all those, although everyone around you watched you do it. So.
Yeah, well, I mean, if they wanted to get it, they could reach in.
I know, I'm just letting you know.
Yeah.
Cars are back up the hallway. Faint slips into the shadows as she moves off along the wall.
I'm investigating the area, see if I see anything interesting.
Okay. Is just as you kind of came out and you're looking along the wall. You can see that the wooden structure that you first saw was kind of a rudimentary staircase that was built along the side of this giant ledge. Just towards the bottom, it's at least 15 feet down. As you move kind of over to the right, you see that there is a ledge that drops off below. And stop moving just a second. As you move your way over towards the right, you just see the edge line of the ridge off to the east, and unlike that to the south, that has bars moving vertically up from the ledge up to the ceiling, which at this point is a good 15 feet high. It's also another 15 feet down to the floor below. Remove some of that mass there. As you make it kind of parallel with the wooden structure as you're moving around the room, roll perception check. Okay, what was your stealth roll?
14, I think.
17. Okay. Yep.
17.
Yeah, so you managed to creep your way along the edge to hear without any notice of any sounds or anything up here on this upper level. Over on that southeastern edge, where both of the two kind of ledges come together, you do see a large stalagmite kind of growing out of the ground up against the wall. Did not put on the map.
Okay. I'm gonna sneak back and let them know that there's ladder, stairs, something.
Yeah, it's like a large staircase, like rudimentarily built out of like wooden sticks and logs. Very rustic and crude looking. That goes into the pit below.
I'm gonna start going stealthy.
I'm gonna begrudgingly I'm gonna give him guidance if he's going to check for traps, which I'm assuming is what he's doing.
What's that?
Alright, yeah, so just like Fane, you're able to kind of blend into the shadows as you move around. You get a little more vision of the cave.
Yep.
Off the ledge. It is. So that's the pencil. Not the master. You can see along the back there's a large pit, but you can see the back wall, back where the natural part of the cave does wrap all the way around to see the kind of contours of that pit.
I'm going to kind of hold out my arm to the groupy group, and sort of like a hold here, my hand, my palm facing them, and I'm gonna go down on all fours and start sneaking towards the edge of this ledge. Cool.
Okay. Yep. As you kind of sneak up against the ledge there, you do see there's this. One thing you've noticed, you've had, especially as you get closer to the ledge, you can feel the temperature rise quite a bit. In fact, as everyone around you is starting to take notice that down here in this room is particularly humid and warm. A little more so now that that you've been able to get away from the gas cloud, and that's not clogging your senses, nor is whatever else is occupying your thoughts at the moment. But it's noticeably warmer in here. And as you get closer to the edge, and you kind of, as you're on your hands and knees, as you're crawling your way towards the bars themselves, you kind of reach your hand out. You can feel that there is heat radiating from the pit below. Also, you got really good vision. So go ahead and hit me with perception.
Yeah, super good vision. Probably the best vision in the world.
You see two guard drakes that are laying down, sleeping against the back wall. And in this, you can see three large nests. Each of the large nests holds a large egg that is taller, or is tall, almost. How tall are you? Let's just put it that way. How tall are you?
I want to say 2 foot something. Let's see here.
Yeah, that are.
What did I wrote down?
That are.
I'm 3'1".
3'1", that are almost exactly as tall as you, that you can judge from this distance. These large, massive eggs in three individual nests. Down in the bottom of the room.
You say the guard drakes are sleeping?
Well, they are curled up and not currently
Okay.
moving, so you can't really tell if they're sleeping or if they're just completely docile at the moment. Even with a perception of 20, yeah. In the bottom right corner, you see what looks to be a large stalactite that has blended into the wall. But in just closer inspection, you see a slight rustle. That rustle gives away the features of what is a large creature that is trying to hide itself against the back corner. Actually, it's actually there, kind of fused into the wall.
Okay. Hmm. All right. Describe for me this feature here. What's this about?
That's the large wooden staircase.
Okay.
That's rudimentally, kind of crudely crafted to go down into the pit. There is a gate similar to that of the other, the other pin that you've encountered at the top of those stairs. And it is bars up and down all the way around that outer ledge. But not on that easternmost ledge, only down into this pit.
Okay. I'm gonna continue. If those two are resting, and I see that weird friggin' thing. Alright, I'm gonna go back to the party now. Can I do a minor illusion?
Can you?
Yeah, somatic and material. So I want to stealthily do this, and I want to show the three creatures that I've seen. And also that the eggs are there too. So those are I'm just kind of conjuring images in my hand.
Yeah, okay.
Anything I need to do for that? I remember which one you say to do for stealthily somaticizing. Somatic. Probably sleight of hand then? Or is that stealth? I can't remember.
If you're trying to be stealthy on both, it's both of those things.
Oh, there's no verbal component.
There's no verbal component, so it's just the somatic.
No, somatic material.
Then that is just sleight of hand. And are you risking losing the spell or it being seen?
I would risk the spell.
Risk the spell?
Yeah,
you're quite successful. So as you kind of move up to the group and you kind of make a very fluid gesture, you kind of getting the arcane movements necessary as part of like a wrist flick out to start showing the image of the guard drakes, and then the weird creature that you saw that's mostly looks just like a stalactite, and for most people that's what they're going to see. It's just a big rock.
Yeah, for that one, I think I'd be kind of like, with that image in my hand, I kind of wave around a little bit, trying to emphasize that this thing was moving. It's not just a friggin' interesting rock I'm showing them.
And as you're kind of waving around, You get the feeling from behind you as Fane is digging in your backpack, looking through to see what she can find, I guess.
Okay, she needs to get out. I'm going to grab her wrist and immediately remove her hand.
You can tell that she was trying to be stealthy about it, but she just happened to rattle something in your pack that gave you notice.
Okay. I'm ticked, but I know this is not a real good time to concern myself with that. Traps and stuff I always feel I'm confident in handling. Drakes and whatever the hell that thing is. Not so much. I'm kind of continue stealthily going on the cave up top. I kind of want to start avoiding the ledge this time, but more against the wall.
Okay. What's everyone else doing now that he's kind of showed you these images? How do you take that?
Warren has a torch, I think, right?
Yep.
Correct.
So I can see bars or something on this ledge, or
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's very similar to the Drake pit from before, where there's the steep ledge that goes 15 feet down, and then there are these bars that reach up to the ceiling, which in this room is about 15 feet up.
the last cage had a key, which Fane took. I guess I would ask her if she could see if there's a key for this cage, if it's a different one, or if she thinks that one would fit in this cage as well.
She did not see a key. In the when she went over there herself. Whether that key works on this cage or not, that's unknown.
I would suggest to the group that maybe we can let some of our ranged fighters take out the animals in the cage if we want to go in there to collect the eggs. Then we can maybe take them out without any real risk to ourselves. If they can shoot through the bars.
Yeah, that could both her and TX, both Fane and TX could see what they're shooting at, as well as have the range on it from here. And they could definitely shoot through the bars. They're not that close. It's not like a solid wall or anything. They're maybe a foot apart. Maybe not quite a foot, maybe 10 inches.
Do I still keep my old stealth roll, or do I need to roll another one? Because I really want to use that old stealth roll.
Yeah, I'm afraid not. New one. The conditions have definitely changed since you cast the spell.
That's still pretty good. That's still pretty good. Alright.
And I moved to this side by the bars. Do I need to roll another stealth or no?
Yeah. Yeah, because your condition has also changed since the last time. You moved up to the edge of the bars there.
Yes. See if I can see anything else.
Yeah, you can now get vision of, since you have the dark vision up to 60 feet, you can see from that vantage point. It is a good bit down and over. You can see both the guard drakes as well as two of the eggs really well. The two leftmost eggs from there. Maybe just the edge of the third egg, but it's just kind of right there at the very blurred edge of your vision.
I want to look specifically at this ledge over here on the right side. Can I see anything?
You're not blind, so you can see something.
Kind of looking at the edge over here.
Are you gonna move? Are you moving to the edge?
No, I'm looking. I'm trying to see if I can see anything that isn't cave, like any people, creatures. Okay.
Just 1 second here. No, you have no knowledge of what that weird creature was. Okay. What's everybody else doing?
Moore's just waiting to see what these people are getting ready to do.
Oh, I hate pits and caves. Probably. I can't smell anything like trucks, can I? It's not. Yeah, I'm gonna be sniffing for, yeah, troglodytes, because that's the only thing I'd probably smell, if there was any.
Morn has not responded to the whisper.
Yes, I have.
Oh, okay. Oh, never mind.
Way to give it away.
Okay, we're just sitting here not doing anything, so let's
Yeah.
do something.
Or do nothing for 8 hours.
Or nothing for 8 hours.
TX was all motivated to open up a trap. Where'd that motivation go?
I've made some suggestions, but I have no ranged weapons to do anything with it myself.
Me neither.
If we drop some food at them, it may create a distraction and possibly make them easier targets if we wanted to shoot them. We could do both things.
I thought, are they asleep?
They're currently inactive. Not for sure whether they're asleep or not.
Yeah.
Okay, new idea. I'm gonna do another sleight of hand here, Dredd, for a spell.
Okay.
Risking losing the spell.
Okay.
So, stealth above all. What I want to do is project an image of myself. I'll say there-ish.
You would lose the spell.
Okay. So long green circle. Okay, I'll continue on then.
Well, I'm gonna use a healing potion. So, yeah.
I hand Laurel my healing potion.
Okay.
That's nice of you.
Laurel's going to refuse it. And drink his last one.
Bottoms up, I drink my last one.
Okay.
What do I roll for that?
2d4 plus 2.
Do I hit the +2 advantage and then the 2 4s, or are you just adding that when I do the 2 4s?
Not the advantage, just the plus 2, and then or you can actually just type in the bottom left down there. You can just either hit the plus 2 or in the modifier just type, like, click on it and then hit 2, and then when you right click on the 4s, select that you want to roll 2 of the d4s and then just roll it.
Nice.
TX, I'm gonna need to roll another stealth roll.
Okay, let me just do that again. There. Fuck, that's a sweet ability.
No, I need to update my wounds myself, I guess.
Yeah, unless you set up an action to do it as a heal like Morn has done. Yeah, you'll have to automatically adjust your own hit points.
Get my torch as close as I can. Alright, I'm gonna light a secondary torch. So I'm gonna have a torch in each hand.
Alright. I guess I'll try and go this far. Oh, damn!
Oh, shit!
You see 4 kobolds huddled up against the wall. You're just barely creeping up into the corner there, trying to maintain every ounce of stealth. All 4 of them have prepared like a little stack of these jars, and they all 4 have one of the jars from their feet in their that are in a pile at their feet in their hands, and you can see as they kind of their heads are cocked and they're kind of pressed up against the wall, and they're definitely intently listening.
Okay, then. The hell would they have in jars? Alright,
Maybe it's honey.
Where's Pooh Bear?
that case, I'm going to go away, or go like if I see them, I'm going away from them because they are obviously trying to ambush.
Roll one final stealth check to maintain. Okay. Yeah. Manage to stay stealthily creeping along the wall.
All right. Where's 30 feet? Where's my marker? All right. So I want to do 2 spells coming up in sort of succession. This time I'm gonna not risk the spell, but risk the stealthiness. So I'm gonna put an image of me right about there.
Where?
Do you see my marker?
I do not. I see you.
Huh.
I don't see any. I see you in the arrow, but I didn't see any other point. Oh, there.
Oh, that circle? Okay. Okay, you can't see my arrow. Okay, good to know. So I'm gonna put an image of me there.
Well, I saw the pointer drawing back to you.
Okay, yeah, the source of the pointer.
Oh, okay.
I was just trying to find that. My illusion has 30 feet on it. That's what I was doing.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I want to put me there. And then I want to press to digitate a little bit of rattling around. Like, actually that little sword noise would be a good noise to have that I just heard in the background there.
That was to see if I look different to them.
That might be. Don't you have a
Disguise kit.
disguise kit specifically? Yeah.
So dexterity or wisdom?
This would be Dex to see if they look better. If you look. Yeah. So are you gonna kind of sneak back down, looking like that?
Yeah, back to my party.
Okay, and then are you still being like stealthy so they can't see you at all, or?
It's stealthy in a manner of not trying to make any noise, but not so that they can't see me.
About to say I have 2 torches.
Yeah, when you get down next to someone, like it's hard to not be seen by your own party members right there. But
Well, I want them to see me. I just don't want to make any noise. Getting
okay,
down there.
yeah, that's fine. Yeah. So yeah, you're just kind of just trying. Okay, that makes perfect sense. Yeah, you can totally do that. Yeah. So as everyone around sees. As a figure coming down the stairs here, dressed in purple robes, that instantly noticeable as the regalia that you had seen. For those that did, everyone but TX has seen actually from the other room that was known to be Frulam's little alcove, and through even though quite hastily done, but through very deft use of a disguise kit, as the overall change of hair color, slight facial structure change, just in the roundness, just the almost misconceptions given by the change in colorings, things like that. It's very difficult to make out that it is in fact faint, but only slightly thus as she comes around the corner and starts coming down. It's
I'm just gonna.
Hey, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just gonna pop back up the stairs real quick and see if I can check if the berserkers had anything useful on them.
Yeah, loincloths.
You take just a second to rifle through their, where they might have pockets and stuff. They did have hide armor on, and they have the big great axes, but they don't appear to have any personal possessions. They don't have any pouches, belts. They don't even seem to have pockets.
Hide armor has a higher AC than leather armor, I think, right?
The same.
I think they're the same, and hide gives you disadvantage on stealth.
Yes, I think. Wait, I know that the hide gives you disadvantage on stealth. I don't know if they're the same.
Hide does not give disadvantage on stealth.
It doesn't? Oh, maybe that's
And it has one higher AC.
Oh, padded.
It's padded, yeah.
Yeah, and it's medium armor.
Are you looking to... There's a
I
couple
wonder
of
if I
things.
can swap it out. How long does it take to swap armor?
There's a table for that, specifically on donning and doffing of armor. I think it's, for light armor, it's still like 30 seconds or a minute. But there's a couple of things kind of happening all concurrently. So as Fane's coming down the stairs, and then heading over to the stairwell, TX, the door is locked. There's a huge, heavy lock on the outside of the gate on it. Just as kind of Fane moves over towards the staircase, TX goes to create his minor illusion. Upon doing so, as soon as the illusion appears, and you were prestidigitating, what was the other thing you were doing?
Like footsteps, maybe a little jingle of a sword. And
Oh,
I
for
want to
the-
come from that illusion.
Okay. And I imagine you're doing it right in the same location.
Yeah.
So, this fame would still be about right here, right as this is kind of happening. And then, so the illusion is created, and nothing seems to happen immediately. But as soon as the jingling sound is made, 4 large jars come up over the cliff and splash in the area where the jingling sound was. 2 of the jars seem to be carrying some kind of very viscous liquid that splashes onto the ground. Kind of oozes around. And the other seems to be some kind of... as those 2 jars land, they kind of explode in a small puff of like little black powder flash. As though they're like some little firebomb.
Okay. Oh, there it is.
initiative.
So did Tiax actually tell us about the kobolds?
No.
Nope. I had to be silent.
Just double check.
After the 4 simultaneous volley of these jars come flying over, a small pause, a couple of heartbeats pass as another jar of the viscous liquid flies forward and lands in this square. Rowan, you just faintly hear the crashing sound of the jars striking and breaking from the other room as you're rifling through, looking at the belongings of the berserkers. You're the first to react.
God damn it, TX. And then I drop what I'm holding and turn around and go back. I think I can get about here. Do I see TX?
No, he would be, at this point, especially being from up there, not having vision on him as he kind of crept along. Like the others can probably see him, because they've kind of had vision on him for a good bit of it. No, actually, only Fane would be able to see him at this juncture, because he went all the way to the other side very stealthily, and that's out of everyone else's vision range, and so he's crept his way back out of the notice of everyone.
Okay, I'm just gonna lean to Laurel and Warren and go, what happened? Did you see anything? How far can we see with Warren's torch?
It's those put off 30 feet of bright light, so you can now, but with the torches, now that everyone's all the way over there, you can see very clearly where that viscous goo hit and spread out in an area around. Yeah. Yeah, and then outside of that is shadowy illumination.
Okay, I think I'm gonna use dash and just go a couple more feet forward, and then that's it. At least until I can see what's going on.
I'm gonna need you to roll a deception and a persuasion. You hear from the pit some kind of communication, but it's not a language that you know.
But I didn't wake up the drakes either. Or the...
The drakes themselves, no, they haven't moved yet. That whether you've woke them up or affected their current state has yet to be witnessed.
Do I need to roll deception persuasion again?
No. You can definitely see the heads stirring of the drakes down below, but they don't seem to be responding. They are eyeing up towards the stairs, though. In your general direction.
I ended my turn.
Okay. You see Kobold scramble, and you hear the actual rock kind of giving away a little bit of loose debris falling as Kobold reaches up to the top. You can see it peer and scan across, take note of you in particular in your regalia, and then you can see it turn its head and point its little short sword down as it's barking commands to those below.
My illusion should still be there, or do they dispel it by looking at it?
Okay, yeah, the little marker's gone for it. Let's see.
Oh yeah, I guess when I got rid of one, or when you say it get rid of one, it gets rid of all of them.
Okay. Yeah, it would have been dispelled because it was hit by a physical object. And like, so there's, like, if, and that physical object passes through it, revealing it's an illusion. Then it's still that viscous liquid's there on the ground underneath where
Okay,
it would have
fair
been
enough.
standing. Yeah.
I didn't know how dumb the kobolds were.
They're more interested in the purple regalia. You can see that they kind of glimmer a glance, off at what is, now fading illusion. But they see the purple regalia, and that's where their intention seems to be. Makes it Warren's turn. Good job, volume adjustment there.
Let's see. I'm just gonna move that close and hope they can't throw stuff at me. And I see that they've reacted to the disguise and have ceased throwing crap. So I'm gonna just sit and wait for a second. Take the dodge stance.
Okay.
I kind of want them to throw one so I can catch it and throw it back.
Laurel's gonna kind of reserve his action and follow Rowan if she moves.
Okay. Yeah. Just moving using your movement to move where she moves.
Yeah.
Okay.
What do I see from here? Towards the east.
You can just see the edge of especially since Warren's got a torch. You can see the kobold standing there on the edge of the ledge. The cave wall behind it would be pretty shadowy, hard to make out some stuff, but you definitely have vision on that kobold standing there.
One second. Cast ray of slightly cool breeze on that kobold. And I'm done.
Yeah, so, You are going to see both of the guard breaks. Move forward just a little bit as they move into a protective stance near the eggs.
Okay, so that pool, just to the right of me, that's how far it goes?
The what?
The pool of, I think this was the viscous glue just to the right of me?
You can see where it landed, it definitely splashed. And I mean, that's the point of impact. The glue, like, or viscousy stuff, seems to make a larger impact than that.
I'm just wondering how close I can go
To the actual where it's at right now.
So like, yay?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Alright, cool, that's good enough. Alright, am I still hidden?
As far as you know, yeah.
Okay,
Although,
I'm gonna go for that.
Moving closer
Cobalt.
to Morn does make that more difficult to remain so.
Oh, I'm going for the crossbow to the face of that kobold.
Okay.
So, advantage or regular?
Advantage.
Yeah. That's my favorite kind of advantage. Except when that fucking shit happens. Alright. I'm gonna retreat a bit. And that should be good.
Alright, Fane and Morn. I'm gonna need you to roll a dexterity saving throw. Not with advantage.
He should if it's dexterity because he was doing the dodge thing.
Oh, oh yeah, no, you're right, you're right. I'd forgotten that the dodge stance also did that. Yep. And Fane, I'm gonna need a dex saving throw from you as well. As a crossbow bolt strikes the back wall, instinctively another jar is flung up and over, landing, the viscous material lands and impacts the ground in between you two. There's no actual damage to the effect, so don't apply that.
Okay.
The viscous material lands on the ground next to you guys. Both of you manage to avoid as the glue splashes up and around. Avoid getting struck by it. It is now encroaching in on your area. You also see the kobold at the cliff kind of jump in the air and start waving a short sword a little.
Will I get stuck if I move into that bigger circle? Or is that just not enough to actually stick you?
I guess that
No, what it is?
be hard to make out on. It might not be nearly as effective at being sticky or doing the job that's intended unless it directly splashes on you, but whether you would be caught in it, that's not something that you would be aware of, would know inherently.
Would I know if it would be flammable?
Also wouldn't know that. Not really sure what it is other than extremely viscous.
Alright, I'm gonna move there. Actually, the first... No, I wouldn't have seen that. Never mind.
Yeah, you were in the other room when the other stuff happened.
Can I see the kobold at the top?
You can. Yep.
Does he look like he's at all convinced or hesitating because of the purple robes?
He did, but then he started jumping up in the air and waving his short sword, and it's not really sure what that means.
Alright, I'm gonna just try it. I'm gonna pick a puddle farther away from me. Maybe the one beside the kobold, if I can see that.
Okay.
I'm gonna try and druid craft and light it on fire. See if I can burn it away.
Which one again? The one from the initial.
The farthest one.
The initial jar splash.
Yeah, if I can see that one.
Okay. Yeah, you can definitely see the pile over there. And Druidcraft. Some flame. Let's see.
Yeah, see if I can burn away the sticky stuff.
So you lit off a flash of ignition near the glue stuff, which, you know, after it hits, it does start to spread out, and you can see that there is a spark of flash where maybe some residual component might have, part of the solution itself may have flammable components, but it does do that flash burn across the top. It reduces some of the volume, but what is left behind is very thick and a residual placement of of whatever's remaining is still there. What properties that has after is hard to say, but it does reduce the volume of where it splashes and spreads out by quite a bit.
Okay, then I'm gonna move back.
Okay. How much do you know about, or if anything, about Dragon's Fang? Or Dragonkin in general?
Well, I know how to speak Draconic, so I assume a little bit. I mean, is this something I should just make up on the spot, or not something I thought about before?
Let's see.
But I do know how to speak their language, so I have to have some knowledge of them.
Roll an intelligence check.
Just on the front page of the intelligence?
Yeah, just straight up intelligence. These drakes, and like the small youngling drakes from the other cage, seem to react more animalistically rather than intelligently, unlike their larger draconic brethren, who are known to actually have sentient intelligence. These seem to have more primal intelligence. More like big, dangerous guard dogs.
And so the door is at the bottom of these stairs, correct?
No, it's up here at the top.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's in line with the
Well-
other bars.
I'm gonna move there. And I'm also, as my bonus action, I want to give, is it Master of Tactics? Yeah, my help action, Master of Tactics, to Rowan for the Cobalt 4. So I'm going to look at Rowan and kind of give her like that, you know what to do if this goes south kind of thing. Look at her, and for Cobalt 4.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead and roll one more deception, real quick, so I can know how to. You can kind of see the Kobold 4 is like stamping its feet as it's kind of jumping, and it's waving the short sword like back and forth, like you would like air traffic controller kind of thing, over his head. Alright, Phantom, I need you to roll another dexterity saving throw. Another jar of the viscous liquid lands. This time not that close to you, but just north of you, and begins to spread. As you see a kobold scramble up to the top of the ledge, wielding its short sword. And with that, I think probably need to go ahead and take our intermission here at the beginning of Morn's turn, since things went entirely differently than the plan. We'll go ahead and take our break here and come back in 15 minutes.
You mean your plan to kill us all violently?
Yeah, pretty much. It's the usual plan. I'll do it less violently now.
Sadly, we could have avoided most of this.
Could have avoided all of it. Well, not all of it.
But this.
Well, it's possible we could have avoided this.
The group doesn't communicate.
We communicate, people just don't listen.
I'm sorry, what did you all say?
Exactly.
I was on Reddit.
Alright.
How long, boss?
Yeah, 15 minutes. And we'll come back, and then and we'll pick up in the middle of the rest of our adventure here. See how far we get today. Three hours, 3 very unexpected hours. Although we are taking considerably much longer than we need to do even the events as they unfold. So I would like us to work on that a lot. Not really immersed very well at the moment.
Yeah, we end up doing a lot of meta, a lot of asking if we can instead of just trying.
Yeah, that would be one way to save time and also be more altruistic as opposed to meta. I mean,
Yeah, I guess we need to be more like, hey, I'm doing this, roll the roll, and if you fail, well, you failed. Or you succeeded, I guess.
that'd be a good hint, a good help.
I'm definitely not going to be able to go past 6 today. Got stuff I got to do for work and call the wife and stuff. And also this week will be my last one for a bit.
Do you leave next week?
Yep.
just finishing the last of chicken pot pie leftovers from yesterday. That's pretty good.
Chicken pot pie.
Food. I was telling Josh I want to pay a pizza guy to go get Chinese for me. And I'm not sure how much it will cost, but I might be willing to pay it.
Andrew, I'm watching Dota 2 and shit's ridiculous. So confusing.
Well, I mean, it's pretty much League.
Yeah.
It's
just way more.
It's a lot more.
Way more versatile, I guess you could say.
A lot less structured.
Yeah. Way more mistakes to be made. Definitely a higher skill cap. And this is more about player kills, it looks like. And then towers is secondary, where League is towers primary, kill secondary.
Well, that depends on the patch. Right now, it's towers primary.
In League, yeah, okay. Yeah, they want you to split push right now.
Alright, looks like we should be coming back to it all. Is everybody back? Who's here?
I'm back.
So let's ask that question.
Here.
I'm definitely not back. Definitely
Definitely not
right
back?
here.
I'm definitely not wearing any underwear.
Definitely.
Totally.
Definitely showing back.
Schema.
Didn't realize
Well,
Rain Man was an exhibitionist.
I think it helps my initiative rolls.
I mean, he's home all alone. Has no one to answer to.
He's gonna set that chair on fire before he moves away. Anyway, well, so let's pick it back up where we were then. It was Morn's turn when we left off.
Yup.
Alright, so there's been some hostile actions, there's been some weird hand waving and whatever going on.
Alright.
How do you want to deal with these little kobolds?
As I'm coming up to this fire, I'm gonna toss my extra torch into this big ass puddle, and in the middle here.
Okay.
And as I move, I pretty much drop it and draw my sword, and then let's see.
I can't hear you, but I can hear the background a little bit. Oh, okay, there you are. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Just holding the mic down. Gotcha.
Yep, sorry. And then as I come up to him, I'm gonna use my attack action to kick him down the cliff.
Okay, that's pretty much an unarmed strike, right?
You're
gonna just try to do the shove. Are you trying to shove, or are you trying to?
Actually,
this is madness.
I'm gonna attack him with my short sword. Wait,
Okay.
hold on, that was 10, 20, 30. Yeah, okay.
You can move 40,
Yeah.
remember? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So you just squeeze over there as you drop that torch on the edge of that liquid. You can see a bright flash for just a split second, as whatever vapor that glue has been mixed with or made with, as whatever as it is seeps off, it catches instantly. But it's just a little flash, and it reduces the volume a little bit as now the torch is laying there in that puddle, and you can see the torch fighting against the top of it where the flame's coming up. It's not extinguishing the fire, but it's definitely not nearly as bright as it was before, but plenty enough to light the whole area that you're at.
Okay. Well, I still have another torch, so.
Oh yeah, you got one on you lit? You have another one on you?
Yep.
Okay.
In my offhand. Then I'm gonna
Dual
use an
wielding
unarmed
torches.
strike. Yeah. Yeah. I was gonna throw one at the drakes if I could. Only ranged weapon I got. Alright, and then I'm gonna kick Kobold 4.
Okay.
Actually, I'm gonna use a key point and use
your flurry of blows.
Yep. Kick him.
And
then I'm
being
gonna
right
move
here on the edge of this cliff, you can see down below where the other two are. You can just barely, it's pretty far down, like 15 feet, so you can just barely see the shadows.
Alright. And then my last 5 feet of movement. I think that's 5 feet, right? Nope. Actually, I can move over to this guy.
Yeah, I think you could
And I'm gonna use my...
from where you were.
Yeah, because this is 30 right at this guy.
If it was 30. Yeah, that's I think cutting a corner right, you can make that.
Yeah. And then I'm gonna do like, I kick this guy and like do a side flip and bring my like hammer fist him.
Okay.
Or try to.
Okay.
Or try to. Alright.
Yeah, so your hand comes down, hammer fist, right over the top of his skull, and you can see the compression as the strike hits the top of his head. His neck sinks into his body a little bit. Just a little bit of compression there, and you can hear a sickening kind of crunching sound as bone cracks underneath, and it falls to the ground dead. Next to
and that procs my touch of death.
Mm-hmm.
Whoop. And turn.
Alright, that means Laurel is up.
Top that shit.
Yeah, L 1, 2, 3. Combo. You take the two
birds with 3 stones.
It's really a shotgun approach, but yeah, you got him.
So, I cannot see any other kobolds from where I am, can I?
Cannot, currently, no. They're at the bottom of about a 15-foot cliff.
I would like to spend 2 spell points, or 2 sorcerer points, and get a spell slot back.
Okay. Okay.
And that is my move.
Is it taking action to do that? I was just curious because I don't... Just the mechanics.
I don't think it... No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I thought it was like a bonus action.
Well, I know I have one that... Well, I'm not sure. I wasn't doing an action, so I guess it's...
Well, I mean, you could ready... I was just wondering if you were going to ready an action to cast something if you see another kobold, or that's a possibility, or... I mean, if it didn't take an action to do that, you could ready up one of those, like a triggered response, should you see another kobold come over the edge or something.
I am unfamiliar with that mechanic. I mean, like, one of my spells, just like, I don't have a lot I can do right now.
You could use your cantrip. The readied action just allows you to use your action only in response to something else happening. So, like, it's essentially like reserving it, waiting for it, for something to trigger. If that trigger doesn't happen, then the action never happens. But yeah, so you could just say, I'm going to ready my action. I'm going to then use it to, and then you give the condition. So in this case, like another kobold comes out of the pit or something like that, you blast it with something. And you can choose to, you could do anything with that. You could ready an action to use the attack. You can ready an action to do any of the possible actions on the list.
Do I need to roll anything for that, or just tell you?
Only when the trigger happens. You just on your turn, you would just declare that that's what I would be doing is I'm readying my action so that if this, you just have to declare what the condition is and what the action that will happen when the condition triggers. If that makes any sense.
Well, I stare to the east and I ready Ray of Frost if anything pops up.
Okay. Yeah. No. And that's exactly what you can do there. So. You can hear Kobold 3 and Morning. You actually see him scrabbling up the side right after you had punched the other. The short sword's drawn as he's trying to make a threatening move towards you, but as he comes up, as soon as he crests the top, the readied action would go off from Karth, and you can fire your Ray of Frost at Kobold number 3. Which hits?
Fucking laser beams come out of nowhere.
So just as it barely crests the top of the cliff, you can see the Ray of Frost right at it, hit it right in the chest, and you can see that the cold sensation, you could visibly see the frost start to form on the front of its armor and kind of spread across its chest as it's visibly shaken by it, as he just barely manages to make it to his feet, frantically stabbing at Morn. And there's a typo. Or something, one of the two. These kobolds came equipped with daggers as the standard kobold does, but the text said short sword. So I'm just gonna go with the dagger because that's the standard thing they have. So we'll retcon that they have daggers, not short swords.
Less damage.
It actually works in your favor. It's a D4 versus the D6. That makes it TX's turn.
Okay, that's pretty much right at the max range of my crossbow. Done.
The crossbow bolt pierces it right in the side as it was postured, trying to strike at Morn, and it knocks it over the edge of the cliff as its corpse falls to the pit below, dead.
Alright, I'm good here. Damn, Cobalt's got some nice dice.
That final kobold scrambles up the side of the cliff in desperation, knowing his friend's already dead. Knows the situation is dire, and that at this point has no consequences for its actions. Simply just attacks, knowing that it's not going to make it.
I'm gonna light up this last puddle of viscous stuff.
The one closest to you? Yeah, actually, hold on. I forgot to reduce the other one's size a little bit.
Can I poke it with my scimitar and see what it does?
The Steve Irwin approach.
Yeah, pretty much.
You can see that it was definitely some kind of glue-like substance, and then after the alcoholic solution that was used to create part of its creation that gave it some of its actual rigidity, it is more and less viscous, a lot more soupy than it was before. You can stir it around, and there's some sticky residue that is a part of it, but for the most part, you're able to move it around relatively with ease compared to what was before. It seemed to be quite tar-like almost.
Less sticky, more gooey.
Yeah, more goop. Went from glue to goop.
Alright, I'm just gonna walk around that towards just behind Fane.
Okay.
I'm gonna look around and see if there's a key hanging on the wall like there was before.
In this case, there is not. You've looked around, you scoured the north wall as you went stealth that way earlier, and didn't see anything there. And there's definitely nothing hanging near the bars of the gate this time.
Okay. Then I'm gonna take the key out of my pocket that I have from the other one, and as I take it out to put it in the lock, I'm going to tell the Drakes to heal or to stay put.
Okay.
Don't open the door! Ah.
What's in the box? Everyone wants to know what's in the box.
I know.
Does the door unlock?
You definitely jostle it around in the actual lock itself, trying to see if this is the key. This is, even though this is the key that opened the other lock, this is not the key that opens this lock.
Princess is in another castle.
We're sorry, Mario.
Don't worry, if you don't get the princess, that means at least you're going to get a P-Wing. Or use
Alright, I'm huffing and frustrated, and so I just pass on the rest of them.
Okay.
Yay!
Is Morn caring to seek his vengeance?
Of course. Holy shit.
Didn't expect that to hit, did you?
Nope. Not at all. I just stab him in the chest, I guess. Pork sticker. Mumbling like little bastard under my breath. Got my touch of death back. Oh, right.
Okay. So as that one, you stab it right in the chest, and you kind of just let it slide off your blade into the pit below, kind of wiping it on your, wiping the blood off on your pants leg there.
Oh no, on the dead goblin next to me.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I guess that makes even more sense, huh? As you do, turn that off for a second.
I was like, as you do, we lost him.
As you do, you hear a voice from something you can't see or make out. from the southeastern corner of the cavern. So, now who's to feed me?
Somebody throw him a kobold.
I know, right? I got one next to me. Sadly,
Hey,
there are
who-
bars in the way.
Are we still in initiative?
Yeah. Yes, technically, yeah. It depends
Okay.
on how. Depends on. There are still potential threat.
Yes.
So. Well,
I am going with the kobold idea. I say someone with really nimble hands, someone good at maybe opening chest, could volunteer to do that. Throw a kobold to him.
I can't
Tell
throw
that.
kobold. I'm small.
Excuses.
kobolds. Tasty. But won't last the day. Who's to feed me?
You've got two really tasty looking drakes right there.
Are you gonna do anything else on your turn, Morn?
Oh yeah, the meat locker.
All right. Here's what I'm thinking. I would like to attempt to throw a kobold in between that dude, wherever I'm hearing that voice, and where the drakes are now. Thinking the drakes eat too. Maybe the drake will go to eat the kobold, and we'll see what happens.
It might work, unless they're animalistic and decide that that thing's bigger than they are.
Who knows? It might work. It might. So you're gonna pick it
Do
up
it!
and toss it through the bars. The kobolds are tiny enough that they'll fit between the bars without much. You know, you don't have to squeeze them through really so much. You just angle them right, and they'll fit through.
Are there bars going around this whole? I thought it was just sort of a cliff going down here, or a drop off.
Yeah, they run all the way from the ledge up to the ceiling, making like a pin like the one that was with the gate to the pin being right at the top of the stairs.
Okay. Yeah, just sort of.
But yeah, they'll definitely. The kobolds are small creatures, so they're only 2.5 feet tall or something. And the bars are themselves, 10 inches wide or in between them. So yeah, they'll totally fit.
Well, yeah, I'd like to drop them off south of me, so however I can make that.
Alright, so it tumbles down the cliff, landing to the ground below.
You really threw that thing, didn't you?
Toss me! It's not very strong. You just pushed it through the bars. You can't really toss it into the bars because it'll just bounce off the bars. You have to actually angle it and push it through. Yeah.
Well,
Like a
if you were
mouse
strong enough, you could toss it strong enough where it would puree through the bars.
That's
Yeah,
also true.
where's Bjorn?
That's it.
B for beer.
B for beer. Yep. Anything else you'd like to do on your turn?
I've probably used all my movement, haven't I?
I would say so, yeah. Plus picking up the thing and maneuvering it through the bars probably your action as well.
Yeah, I'm done, I suppose.
Okay. Yeah, so as the kobold's body tumbles down the little ledge there and hits the floor below. You can see Guard Drake 2 react to it. And as right as it hits the ground and kind of bounces a little, you can see the Guard Drake pounce on it, almost like a cat. It pounces and lands right on the edge of it as it goes to take a bite out of it. Just as it does, 4 large tentacles just fly out of the darkness, latching onto the Guard Drake, as you can hear it yelping as it gets drugged off into the darkness beyond. Just a snack. What am I going to eat next?
You know, maybe we should give him one of the big giant dragon eggs.
I'm sure if it wanted one, it would have taken it.
I don't know. The kobold might have been a little bit closer than I don't know, it seems like it got some big old tentacles on that bastard.
Going all Japanese on us. Light it on fire.
What proof is there of this locker?
We could go and bring you back some meat.
TX, it's your turn.
Go grab a barbarian.
That's about as far as I can go. Okay. I want to...
You can see down in the corner, way in the back in the recesses, where it grabbed onto the Drake who was yelping, and it just drug it all the way straight to it, and then snapped its neck and is eating it with its giant beak. An adult Drake.
Oh, that's nasty. Okay. I'm gonna prestidigitate some spices on that Drake.
Make the Drake taste good.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Maybe a little bit of coriander.
Cavender's crushed black pepper and garlic.
Mm-hmm. Good idea.
Now you go there volunteering one of us for something I don't want to do.
Go ahead and roll persuasion with it. That's a pretty good argument there. You can see the other guard drake turn its attention to the southeast as the other one was essentially ripped out, and here's the yelp. Following the yelping sound, you see it kind of cringing and then like arching its back, and then backing away slowly, creeping up against, trying to creep up against the rock as much as it can. Alright, you guys can essentially act out of initiative for the moment unless things change. Unless things change.
Did I persuade it to do that?
Yeah, I'm gonna ask it, do we have a deal? Can we collect the eggs and you'll let us go in peace if we bring you the meat?
Show me the meat and leave the door open, and you can have it.
And no harm will come to our party, as we are the ladies' messengers.
I don't think he gives a crap.
No response.
Can I insight check this thing, see if it will actually, or seems like it's actually gonna let us go if we set it free?
Yeah, go ahead.
Would also like to attempt that.
Mm-hmm.
You guys are awesome.
Yeah.
That thing is scary.
Yeah.
That's what you discern from it. It's talking.
Guys, I'm pretty sure he will either eat or not eat us.
Alright, I'm gonna start walking back. Carefully, quietly. My intention is to go and collect a few samples of the different kinds of meat.
Okay. Is anybody going with her to do that?
So I'm gonna tell them what I'm doing, so.
Yeah, Laurel's gonna go with her.
I'm gonna nod like to encourage you guys on, but I'm going to stay here.
Okay. Are you telling it anything?
Yeah, sorry, I was still typing.
Oh yeah, no, that's fine.
Yeah, that's basically what I'm going to say to it, is that I'm going to go collect some of this meat and bring it back as a show of good faith. If you will allow us to collect those eggs and leave us in peace, we will open the door.
It's like Daddy's got nothing to lose at this point.
You see a tentacle slither up all the way to another kobold corpse that is standing all the way up there. And you can see it grab it and pull it into the bars. It hits the bars. The kobold's body breaks in half as it pulls it through the opening of the bars sideways instead of turning it to work, fitting. He essentially put the square peg in the round hole here, pulling it through the bars, breaking the kobold body in half, and you can just see it back into the corner.
Because the other choice is that we walk away and it starves. There's nothing left in this cave. Nothing alive.
He can reach all the way up here. And we still need the eggs.
Yeah, but if it kills us, then it has no way out.
Show me the meat.
Very well. And I start walking out.
Okay. We'll just say that it's going to take, a couple of minutes to get there, a couple of minutes to get back. Is anybody going to do anything in here in the meantime?
Gonna say, how do you like your spices, and then cower away.
I'm gonna climb down in this pit. I'm gonna investigate the pit first.
Okay.
Let's see, investigation. Holy shit!
Very nice.
I haven't got one of those in forever. Still not a 20.
Kind of, yeah. Yeah. Well, even at your best.
On that stuff.
And you look down and you can see 4 distinct piles of pyramided stacked jars. Other than that, there doesn't seem to be anything else in that room.
Alright, well, I'm gonna climb down. Or some type of maneuver my way down.
Yep, so you kind of, with one foot against the edge, it's just enough of an incline that you just kind of scrape your way and just kind of slide down.
And I'm gonna pick up all the jars I see.
Although they are sized small jars for a kobold can wield in both hands, so they're a little bit bigger than between a softball and a basketball ball. It's like between a softball and a soccer ball, somewhere right in the middle of that size.
How many of them?
There is at least 12 or so on each little pile.
I'm only gonna take 6.
Okay. Any particular piles?
Or 10. I'll take 10.
What are you gonna?
I'll take 3 from every pile and then a spare.
Each jar weighs about 5 pounds. But yeah, you could collect some. How much you could carry. Some. I don't know.
Yeah, I only got 10. Still got 40-something pounds of weight left.
Is that with the 10?
Yep.
Jars of stuff. Okay, and then you were picking them all out of which pile? Or are you doing any further inspection to see which pile?
I just grabbed some out of every pile.
Okay. Okay.
I'm gonna inspect them when I get back up.
You can change that so that they are. Wait a minute. You did that wrong. Hold up. Yeah, the total weight. Does it do it that way?
Yeah, it does it that way.
Okay, yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah, each one's 10. I would split them up. You'd have 5 glue bombs, 5 fire bombs. If you want to go ahead and split it up. Okay. About this time, Laurel and Rowan return with their load of various meats that they pulled from the other room. Were you going to mess with the lock fane wall in that intermediate time?
No, I was gonna wait till they get back.
Okay.
I'm gonna dump my armful of meat down through the bars.
On further inspection, I'm not taking the glue bombs. I'm picking up more fire bombs.
Okay. Yeah. As long as you there's quite a few of each down there, so just whatever arrangement you would like, just make the adjustment. There's more than you can carry, so just whatever combination you would like of the two. So as you start, tossing meat down there, the guard drake is gonna stay reserved. It's gonna look towards that southeast where that thing was, and then look at the meat. You can see it sniff, and it's gonna bound towards it. And as it does, you can see the 4 tentacles like grab a hold of it, even catching it mid-air as it's not even pouncing onto the meat. It doesn't even make it. As the thing grabs it out of mid-air, lifts it up into the air, and just pulls it all the way back to it. You hear yelping along the way, and you hear a snap, and then the yelping stops.
Alright, I want to investigate the lock and see if I can just investigate, see if I can pick it and if I could relock it.
It could be picked or broken. That much is evident. To get it to reset, it's almost like a padlock. And so that would, as long as it wasn't broken in a particular way,
we could close it back and it would lock.
Perhaps, yeah. It does open inward towards the pit, as well. The creature is going to. Yeah, you're asking it. You see one tentacle kind of wave through the across the cave entrance, latch onto and scoop up pieces of the meat that you had cut off, and you can see it bring it back. Take your eggs and be gone.
Dexterity or intellect thieves tools?
Dex for opening.
Can I do one more insight check?
Yep.
Same thing. Okay.
Yeah, still not able to really pick up any mannerisms. You're just going on blind faith here that you'll be able that you're just hoping. Like, you have no choice. Either don't get the eggs or you brave it and do. I really don't know how to read it, because all you've got is the voice and tentacles. And so, you also get the feeling, especially since it was able to grab that kobold corpse and drag it through from beyond the bars, that if it really wanted specifically just to do you harm to do harm's sake, it could do that from its current location and your current location. Okay, so we got all these thieves tools things happening. The unfortunately, the first one is, let's see, you're not a halfling, are you? Half elf, okay. Yeah, so on the first one, you're digging around in you're like probably due to angst, if nothing else, from this large creature, and then these tentacles that keep reaching near you and snap that huge drake. This is a full adult drake. This is a big. They were big beasts. For a medium-sized creature, they're quite large. And pick it up and drag it away. And as you do, your lockpick breaks in the actual lock itself, wedging it in there. Make it no longer openable by that means.
Laurel, I need you to come break the lock.
Can I see him from where I'm at? See in range.
I has crowbar.
Let's see. You have a torch and Warren has a torch. So the light is kind of reflecting off the wall. It's you can see the drakes on the ground. It's hard to distinguish him a lot because he blends in like the rock, like a stalagmite, and he's like most of his body is not visible to you, although you can see bits of it moving around, especially the parts around his mouth that are eating it. And you just get this faint glimmer of stuff along the walls all around in that entire area that keep moving.
Laurel's going to attempt to hold up his shield and just bash the door in.
Okay, let's go ahead and hit me with athletics.
That poor shield.
Yeah, you ram into the door itself. You can feel that it gives a little as it vibrates in place, but it doesn't. The lock does not come off. That wasn't your main target, and it's still kind of braced on by the hinges. But luckily, it wasn't sturdy enough that when you hit it, that it rattled your teeth or anything.
Poor Laurel doesn't need any more head injury.
Yeah. Okay,
Alright, I'm going to try and use my crowbar.
Does the crowbar's description say how it works? Does it just give you advantage? Does it give you a plus in this? Actually,
no, it just says, grants advantage to strength checks where the crowbar is leveraged and be applied.
Yep.
So I do have advantage.
Advantage on athletics. Alright, what are you trying to break? The lock or just trying to break open the door?
Trying to break open the door near where the lock is.
Okay.
So both.
Okay. Go ahead and do your athletics. Yeah.
Nice.
So you kind of brace yourself against one bar that are not part of the door itself, and with even a little acrobatic flair, you kind of put both feet on the bar, holding yourself horizontally, and you grab on the bar, and then you just wrench your back and your arms or shoulders and pull it with all your might, and it just snaps open the lock, and then the door comes busting open as you just catch the feet back underneath you as as everything starts to give.
Baller.
I can see the eggs from where I'm at, though, right?
Yes, you can.
I stand ready.
Seeing him is not so much about a visual range thing, so much as a camouflage thing. He's predatoring on the wall.
Staring at the eggs, I ready Scorching Ray for the signs of any tentacle at all.
Okay. Okay.
I'm heading down with my canvas bags. I only have 2 because I think one of them is out full of berries right now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to use my bedroll for the 3rd and just kind of tie it up with those leather straps that we bought.
Okay.
Like a hobo bag.
Yeah, these are about as big as TX. These eggs are, at least height, and of course they're a little wider on one side. And so but you kind of maneuver them around. You can push them around. You can feel as you push on them, the eggs themselves are rather thin.
Okay, if I
I mean, they're still rather rigid, so you're moving them, they're not like bending in, but you can just like, especially having your knowledge of nature that you do, you can tell that these, like bird eggs in a way, are near hatching soon. But yeah, you're able to rig up. You got your giant, massive, like 50-pound potato sack, and one of those will just fit into that.
if anybody else is willing to donate a bedroll, I would pack it around the egg to try and protect it.
Did you say it's halfling size? I have a bedroll that is halfling size.
Coincidence?
And it is totally 100% acid free.
Do we need to roll anything for these, or we just pack them up? I want to do this like.
Are we trying? I guess the difference would be: are we trying to rush job it, or once you're down here and started moving and around and stuff, and weren't immediately attacked, or are you now taking your time to be careful?
I'm more concerned about being careful.
Okay, yeah, then no rolls necessary.
Someone promised meat. Where's the meat?
We've already found some meat down.
He's actually picked up that meat already.
Okay, I missed that then.
Yeah.
I hand TX my bedroll as he goes down to give his bedroll up.
Can they hear me down there?
Yeah.
Am I able to commit? I ask if they're going to, how many eggs are we supposed to bring back?
All of them, if we can.
Did they send you out here for 3 eggs, or did they say bring an egg?
They didn't know how many there were.
I said bring them all.
Once you tell us we've got the eggs all packed up, I'm hightailing it out of here, though. That thing is scary.
Well, if he's finished his meal by the time you get to the egg that's closest to him, and you haven't got that one yet, I say bust it.
I have a ready firebomb. That's right. I said I have fire bombs.
Actually, Morn, could you help us carry one of these eggs? How heavy are they?
The freaking goblins! How much do the eggs weigh?
And so you go to, as you move around, you have to pick them up a little bit to put them on the back. They're definitely weigh 50, 60 pounds each.
Yeah, I can't carry that shit. Anybody else want to carry some eggs?
This is our mission. Leave something behind if you need to.
Leave you behind.
I don't think I'd do well carrying something that is me.
Your size?
That's why I asked
Laurel could technically carry 2.
Weight-wise, but conceptually,
Weight-wise.
yeah, I don't think I'd let anyone carry 2. Not unless you had some kind of rig or system set up to allow that.
I could carry half of one, so somebody could help me carry one.
Oh, I finally got a ranged weapon. You're making me get rid of them. I fucking hate you guys. Hold on.
Nope, that won't work.
Oh, I had shit 12
Depending
pounds.
on how much TX weighs, like TX could pick one up and he could sit on my shoulders and I could carry him and then carry Nick.
I weigh 80.
That's not exactly
okay.
the rig I was talking about, but you know.
Did an Arcana check, and I think the math checks out.
As far as you know, it does.
Well, we could put one on somebody's bedroll,
I got
tie it
it.
up, and drag it out
I got it.
carefully.
50 pounds exactly. We're good.
So Laurel's carrying one, Rowan's carrying one, and Morn is carrying one?
Yes.
Yeah.
You
And
have
if someone
sack,
doesn't mind picking
got a
up
bit
my
of
fire
advantage
bombs.
on them. But to carry them for any distance, you know, I was just trying to think. These are about as heavy as the bag of rocks that I carried in my backyard, and I can carry 2, but only because they're small enough that I can carry them in both hands in that way. These things are huge, and even though they're like you've got them in sacks, you know, you wouldn't be able to like hold them out away from you and hold the 2 sacks at arm's length. Like that's much more.
Nope.
That is not happening.
You haven't seen me carrying groceries, have you?
Alright, well, if Fane will pick up my 6 remaining fire bombs. Or
Okay.
7.
I'll put them in my inventory.
Yeah. They weigh 5 pounds apiece.
If we can get far
30
enough
pounds,
away
okay.
from the camp that we can take a short rest, I can morph into something bigger and carry more. But
Bear.
Something I
or you know, a
don't
draft
know
horse.
is if you're carrying them and then you turn into something, does it just get magically morphed into you? If it's like if you were...
It's in her belly.
Any of my equipment I can choose to morph into me. I can also choose to not have it morph into me if it makes sense. Like if it's a necklace or something that would still fit around my neck in the next form.
Yeah.
If it morphs into me, I don't get any advantages of any magical effects.
Could you grapple a creature and then morph the creature you were grappled with into you? Like,
I don't think so.
That doesn't sound right. Yeah, like I wouldn't
I think
allow that, but I don't know if the rules is written say that you can.
Oh, that'd be epic.
Where'd that dragon go?
I think it just says equipment. But for the eggs anyway, I would probably put it down, step back, and then morph anyway.
It's like if the tentacle guy grabbed her and she was going down through the pit there and she morphed into a dire skunk.
That would be pretty epic.
Alright. So let's start moving. We got these eggs.
Yep.
And then so that leaves TX and Fane and Karth to scout ahead or behind.
Yes.
I'm doing the same thing I said I was doing.
Yep, you're still ready, waiting for tentacle.
Morn, I can only carry 4 of them.
Shenanigans.
Oh.
Sorry.
Fine. They do 1d8 damage.
Nice.
And
Yeah,
half
I
damage
was-
if they...
These are 60 pounds. I have technically 4 pounds worth of more space if you want to shove one in my backpack.
4?
You're good.
Well, they're 5 pounds though.
They're 5 pounds each, these jars.
Oh,
Yep.
never mind.
What if you dumped a little bit out in the jar?
I think 4 is enough. I think we'll be okay. I think we need to get home.
I have 8. 12 total is good for me.
Inventory management mini game here.
That's gonna be 12 really pissed off enemies. Maybe if I hit them.
Okay, so
Looking back to make sure Laurel's coming.
Laura!
All
Alright, I'm gonna walk backwards for a while.
So we are being careful of the
tripping and
yes,
acid on the floor,
and all of the things that that you know were trapped along the way in return, including the little pit.
Everything we did to ourselves,
and the weird. Was it the rock slide already happened? Yeah. So let's go ahead and call it there for today, and say that when we return, we will be at the entrance/exit to the cave and into the camp. And we might want to come up with a strategy in our downtime.
Wait a minute.
Look, I'm already there. Woohoo!
That was where the tunnel went from Fulham's office. How the hell did she get around us?
Good question. You know that she left because the half-dragon told you.
Yeah.
But didn't say how she left.
And we don't know when she left exactly either. Right?
Well, you know when she left. I mean, you weren't many minutes behind. I mean, in the scope of things, it was 30 minutes by the time they collapsed to the time you made it over to the half-dragon. Something like that.
When you ever checked the garbage dump.
You rested for the hour. So hour and 30 minutes or so. Something like that. She definitely never walked past you that you saw anyway.
She went back through the hole.
Can I don't know what's waiting outside this cave. I was in a bar before here. If we have a few minutes, can we stop somewhere where we can do a long rest, and then start tomorrow or next week or whenever with that long rest already played out?
If you want to rest overnight in a cave with a roper, whatever the hell that thing is.
Well,
I don't think he's proposing you do it in here. And I'm going to go ahead and interject and say, let's not do that. But somewhere else is possible.
I'm sure he's a great cuddle buddy.
There's rooms over here we can do it in.
He's practically been giving those dragons the best hugs of their lives.
Yeah, I mean, he literally hugged them to death. What more could you want from him?
I call Little Spoon.
Pretty sure that was given in multiple counts, multiple fronts. All right, so you guys, okay, so let's go ahead and try to resolve that before we kick it out of here. Would you...
Can we keep an eye out on the way back for any sign of where Freeland might have went?
Mm-hmm. Is taking a short or long rest before leaving the cave something that you guys are wanting to do as a group?
I don't think it's a good idea because it gives us our enemies a long time to prepare.
I might be okay with a short rest, but I'm not staying here for a long rest.
Yeah, like an hour would be fine because there's only a couple people outside when we got here. But give them a whole 8 hours.
You definitely know there was a couple in each of the guard towers.
Of the towers.
Yeah. You also know that there is an upper level off around the side that could up around the back that Leosin and them were telling you about that could contain some of the more honor guard that used to be here. Not sure if they're here or not. There may just be like 4 enemies left in the camp. Or there may be more, but you know of at least 4 that are. So we don't want to take the long rest and just take a short one.
I'm okay with short.
I prefer to do it somewhere where we could take advantage of a bottleneck.
Okay.
Yeah, over by these rooms would be nice.
Fru Lamb's office or something of the like.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't
Yeah.
really matter.
Okay. Yeah. I'll go ahead. Let's go ahead and I'll push through a short rest. Let's say that. I don't think I'm gonna worry about that being a. I'm not gonna worry about rolling dice to resolve to see if there's any random encounters across a short rest. But a long rest, I think I would have to do something to resolve that. So yeah, yeah, we'll pick up in Furlam's office, then headed on the way out. Just taking a short rest. If you would like, before we conclude, you can, if you have any hit die left, you can use them to recover if you have any.
Is that on the front page on the very bottom?
It sure is.
Okay, have a
The
good
black
evening.
dice. If you double click it, it will automatically apply to you.
Yep, and you can roll them one at a time to see how they recover, and then if you would like to use more, you're welcome. You're welcome and able to do so. Do know that those only come back on a long rest, and only some of them up to half of your level. I'll double check, but actually, hold up. Laurel's got one. We'll go use his. I'm sure he would. And bada bing, max roll. That's good.
Nice.
He needed every bit of that.
Wow, that was good.
Needed every bit of that. Okay. So appreciate the guys. So I appreciate everybody playing today. We definitely stepped it up better in that second half. That was a lot more fun. I know that Laurel's going to be out for a while, but it's pretty easy to conceive to autopilot him to get out of here next time, and then after that, he may go in and out to report to whoever he needs to report to or wherever he came from, because he just kind of came out of nowhere to join the group. He seemed pretty trustworthy and has done pretty well thus far, so he may have to go back. That might be how we can take care of that during his transition period. Would anybody else have a problem with next Sunday again?
Nope.
I'm good.
Yeah, I think we're okay.
Alright then, we'll call it there. Appreciate it. We actually had a handful of people watching out there today. Thanks for coming along and going with us throughout the adventure. Hope it was fun for you guys. We'll see you next week.